Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial, bermasyarakat, dan berpancasila. Kegiatan pengabdian pada masyarakat melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam mendharma baktikan ilmunya sebagai bentuk kepedulian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Selain kegiatan akademis, Universitas Pancasila juga memberikan ruang untuk berbagai kegiatan non-akademis yang mendukung peningkatan soft skill mahasiswa. Melalui beragam unit kegiatan mahasiswa, para mahasiswa dapat memilih kegiatan yang diminatinya. Dengan keseriusan para mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa ini seringkali mendulang prestasi di bidangnya baik di tingkat regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Universitas Pancasila juga membangun kerjasama dan kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga membuka kesempatan pada mahasiswa untuk mengenal dunia kerja, menambah wawasan, dan mengembangkan diri sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Pancasila memiliki 2 kampus yang berlokasi sangat strategis di Jakarta Selatan dan Jakarta Pusat. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success. Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan, Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial, bermasyarakat, dan berpancasila. Kegiatan pengabdian pada masyarakat melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam mendharma baktikan ilmunya sebagai bentuk kepedulian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Selain kegiatan akademis, Universitas Pancasila juga memberikan ruang untuk berbagai kegiatan non-akademis yang mendukung peningkatan soft skill mahasiswa. Melalui beragam unit kegiatan mahasiswa, para mahasiswa dapat memilih kegiatan yang diminatinya. Dengan keseriusan para mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa ini seringkali mendulang prestasi di bidangnya baik di tingkat regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Universitas Pancasila juga membangun kerjasama dan kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga membuka kesempatan pada mahasiswa untuk mengenal dunia kerja, menambah wawasan, dan mengembangkan diri sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Pancasila memiliki 2 kampus yang berlokasi sangat strategis di Jakarta Selatan dan Jakarta Pusat. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success. Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur teknik elektro, teknik informatika, teknik sipil, teknik mesin, dan teknik industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Para mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa ini seringkali mendulang prestasi di bidangnya baik di tingkat regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Universitas Pancasila juga membangun kerjasama dan kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga membuka kesempatan pada mahasiswa untuk mengenal dunia kerja, menambah wawasan, dan mengembangkan diri sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Pancasila memiliki 2 kampus yang berlokasi sangat strategis di Jakarta Selatan dan Jakarta Pusat. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success. Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi, program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi, program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial, bermasyarakat, dan berpancasila. Kegiatan pengabdian pada masyarakat melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam mendharma baktikan ilmunya sebagai bentuk kepedulian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Selain kegiatan akademis, Universitas Pancasila juga memberikan ruang untuk berbagai kegiatan non-akademis yang mendukung peningkatan soft skill mahasiswa. Melalui beragam unit kegiatan mahasiswa, para mahasiswa dapat memilih sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success. Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi, program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi, program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial, bermasyarakat, dan berpancasila. Kegiatan pengabdian pada masyarakat melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam mendharma baktikan ilmunya sebagai bentuk kepedulian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Selain kegiatan akademis, Universitas Pancasila juga memberikan ruang untuk berbagai kegiatan non-akademis yang mendukung peningkatan soft skill mahasiswa. Melalui beragam unit kegiatan mahasiswa, para mahasiswa dapat memilih kegiatan yang diminatinya. Dengan keseriusan para mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa ini seringkali mendulang prestasi di bidangnya baik di tingkat regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Universitas Pancasila juga membangun kerjasama dan kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga membuka kesempatan pada mahasiswa untuk mengenal dunia kerja, menambah wawasan, dan mengembangkan diri sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Pancasila memiliki 2 kampus yang berlokasi sangat strategis di Jakarta Selatan dan Jakarta Pusat. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success. Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum. Program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi. Program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi. Program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial bermasyarakat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. May peace be upon us. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the international webinar regarding the effects of climate change to the law of the sea in the Unclos 1982 perspectives, the role of higher education in the mitigation and development of the law of the sea, which is held under the cooperation between Faculty of Law Pancasila University and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to commemorate Hari Nusantara. We warmly welcome the guests who attended in this room. The Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Editut Hendratno, SHMSI FCBARB, as Director of Pancasila University. Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA, as the Dean of Faculty of Law Pancasila University. The Honorable Vice Rectors and the Deans of Pancasila University. The honorable guests and participants from the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And also the honorable participants who attended the webinar this morning. Please allow us to welcome the distinguished speakers. The Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mahfud MD, as the Coordinating Minister of Political, Law, and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Armanata Kristiawan Nasir, as the Ambassador of the Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Nations in New York. Mr. Vladimir Hares as the Director, Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the United Nations Headquarters. T. Lan An as the Acting Director General of EC Institute Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Mr. Antonio G.M. Laviña as the Associate Director for Climate Policy and International Relations Manila Observatory, Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. Bapak Insinyur Mateus Eko Rudianto from Directorate General of Surveillance and Control of Marine and Fishery Resources of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia. We would also like to welcome our moderator for today's webinar, Bapak Haris Nugroho SH-LLM, as the Head of International Law Department, Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana SH as the Vice Head of International Relations and Cooperation Office of Pancasila University.
Before we start today's event, please let us first read the rules. To all the honorable guests and participants who are present in the room, to please turn off your mobile phone or put it in silent mode during the event. To all the honorable guests and participants who attended virtually via online Zoom meeting, to please turn on the video and also turn off the mic during the event. The presentation and discussion session will be divided into two sessions. The first session will be moderated by Bapak Haris Nugroho SH-LLM as the Head of International Law Department, Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. And for the second session, will be moderated by Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana SH as the Vice Head of International Relations and Cooperation Office of Pancasila University. For all the honorable participants who joined virtually via online Zoom meeting, to please fill in the presence form given by the committee via the chat box.
Without any further ado, let us start the first session of this event, which is the welcoming remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. Please welcome Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SH-MA. The floor is yours, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening to Ambassador Amanata Nasir in New York. And good morning to all of you at this very room. And good morning to Professor Edi Tudhendratno, Rector of the University of Pancasila. And a very good morning, warm welcome to the Minister, Coordinating Minister for Political Security and Human Rights Affairs, Professor Dr. Mahfud MD. Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Law, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for initiating this very important gathering on the international seminar entitled The Effect of Climate Change to the Law of the Sea, and very especially the role of higher education, including the role of this University of Pancasila. It is indeed a great honor for me to be able to join this international seminar as a Dean of Faculty of Law, and I would like just to share with you that today we will have several speakers from around the world. We have permanent representative, His Excellency Ambassador Amanata Nasir in New York now, and we have also Director of Division of Law of the Sea of the United Nations, and also he is in New York for the time being. We will have also at the same time a colleague from the Faculty of Law of the Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines, as well as Dean Faculty of Law, the University of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate and to give a special thanks to all the speakers who are able to be with us this morning to discuss a topic which is of our concerns, especially in dealing and to address the effect of climate change to the implementations of the UN conventions on the law of the sea, and the role of the higher education, which is very much important on how to socialize and how to prepare the future generations who are mastering the very basic principles of the law of the sea, as Indonesia is an archipelagic state, even the biggest archipelagic state in the world. I would not to take much of this time, and I would invite Professor Dr. Editut Hendratno as a rector of the University of Pancasila to deliver his opening remarks. I once again thank you to the audience and to the participants to this very important gathering. I thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA, for the welcoming remarks, sir. And now we are going to listen to the opening remarks from the Rector of Pancasila University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Editut Hendratno, SH, MSc, FCBARB. The screen is yours, sir. Thank you very much, Bapak Profesor Dr. Editut Hendratno, SHMSI, FCBARB, for the opening speech, sir. And now we are going to listen to the remarks from His Excellency Armanata Kristiawan Nasir as the Ambassador of the Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Nations in New York.
Professor Dr. Mahmud MD, Coordinating Minister for Politics, Law and Security of the Republic of Indonesia.
Professor Dr. Edi Tuthendratno, Rector, Pancasila University.
Professor Dr. Ambassador Edi Pratomo, Dean, Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. Distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. Firstly, I would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Law of Pancasila University, my mentor, a very well-respected diplomat, Ambassador Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo, for inviting me to this international webinar. It is a great privilege for me to speak at this webinar on the effects of climate change on the law of the sea in the Unclos perspective. This event is indeed timely. Last month, we have just concluded the UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow. While some saw the result as a step forward in our fight against climate change, others saw it as not going far enough. Your topic today provides a different perspective on how we can contribute to fighting climate change, in particular from the viewpoint of Unclos. Climate change is, after all, not an issue only for the environmentalists. It is an issue for all of us because it affects all of us. In whichever way we can contribute to mitigate climate change, it will help. This webinar, therefore, provides a valuable opportunity for all stakeholders to share experiences, best practices, and exchange of views on how best to fight climate change through the lens of the law of the sea. In this context, let me highlight 3 points. First, the significance of Unclos. The convention was established to provide an overarching international agreement regulating various uses of the world's ocean. Unclos was signed on 10th December 1982. This makes 2022, next year, the 40th anniversary of the first day Unclos was opened for signature. For over 40 years, Unclos has served as an important legal foundation of ocean-based relations amongst countries. It is also often referred to as the Constitution of Oceans. I'm sure many of you know by heart the broad scope of the convention, covering utilization of resources, zone of the sea, shipping, marine research, exploitation of the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf, and the prevention and avoidance of marine pollution. Unclos principles and provisions have also been key, resolving many challenges such as maritime claim disputes, sea level rise, marine pollution, and illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. Given the broad scope of the convention, which includes environmental issues, Unclos has the potential to provide an important corridor and guidelines to fight climate change. This is an area I believe that we should better exploit. Too often, public discussions and awareness on Unclos is disproportionately given to the issue of maritime claim and disputes. Unclos is much broader than this. It is important that we take steps, including in higher education, to strengthen the linkage and understanding between Unclos and the environment, and how it can contribute to our fight against climate change. Second, as the largest archipelagic state, Indonesia has made and will continue its robust and constructive role in promoting the implementation of Unclos, including in the area of maritime and environment. While Indonesia has greatly contributed in advancing issues on the law of the seas in the United Nations, including within the framework of International Seabed Authority and the draft agreement on marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, we will do more to enhance our contribution of Unclos in the fight against climate change. Our role as Vice President of the 31st meeting of state parties to Unclos and as the Vice Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Indian Ocean in the UN General Assembly will also enable us to better contribute in this regard. Third, the need to raise a new generation of experts on the law of the sea. It cannot be overemphasized the critical need for regeneration of experts on the law of the sea in Indonesia. As a founding country of Unclos, Indonesia needs more researchers, diplomats, lawyers, practitioners, and scientists with deep understanding on the oceans and law of the seas, including how we can benefit from Unclos and how Unclos can contribute to fighting climate change. This will enable Indonesia to continue to reach successes such as on 2 submissions on the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical mile to the UN CLCS, 1 in North Papua and 1 in the southwest of Sumatra. It is worth noting that these 2 submissions will potentially expand Indonesia's territory by more than 400,000 square kilometers. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this webinar can ignite the interest of students to learn and initiate more research on the law of the sea as well as on climate change. I also strongly encourage universities and academic institutions and students to strengthen your collaboration in education and research activities on law of the sea issues, including with your international counterparts. Finally, I wish all of you every success in your deliberation today. I thank you.
Manata Kristiawan Nasir for the remarks. We are now continuing our webinar to the next agenda, that is to pay our attention to the keynote speech which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Mahfud MD as the Coordinating Minister of Political, Law and Security of the Republic of Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to attend this international seminar as we in Indonesia are commemorating Nusantara Day today. The 13th of December has been destined as Nusantara Day, or the Indonesian Archipelago Day, which is a national day in Indonesia. on 13 December 1957, the Indonesian Prime Minister at that time, Mr. Juanda Kartawijaya, declared to the world that Indonesia drew baseline connecting the outermost points of the outermost islands, and that the waters within the baseline fell under the Indonesian sovereignty. This was a departure from the traditional concept of drawing baseline surrounding each island, disregarding the archipelagic nature of a country. The 1957 Juanda Declaration, as it was known, was later promulgated into law as Law Number 4 on Indonesian water in 1960 that established the concept of archipelagic state. This was a controversial concept that drew much international protests and criticism at the time. This was not only because the Indonesian territory became more than double, but also because the waters between the Indonesian islands were no longer high seas that are free for international maritime navigation. There was a long diplomatic effort for the archipelagic state concept to be recognized and accepted by the international community. Indonesia's diplomacy was rewarded when the archipelagic state concept was adopted into the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or Unclos. This achievement was very significant as a country which more than 17,000 islands. The archipelagic state concept enables seas and oceans to become connectors and a unifying tool for the nation rather than separators among the islands. For Indonesia, the sea must also be an ocean of well-being, as it provides us with valued natural resources. The ocean is our future. It is also our legacy to the future generations. But today, we are threatened by the adverse impacts of climate change, the consequences of which can be clearly seen on our seas and oceans. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has direct effects on existing challenges to marine species and habitat, and Unclos provides the legal framework for all activities in the oceans and seas. Unclos is also an important basis for global action and cooperation in the marine sector. Indonesia realizes the importance of international cooperation and coordinated approach towards sustainable management of oceans and their resources. As an archipelago, Indonesia knows that part of its future depends on resources at sea and is determined to maintain sustainable marine resources. I would therefore like to convey my appreciation to Pancasila University for the initiative to convene this international seminar that discusses climate change and the 1982 Unclos on this historic Nusantara Day. I am confident that this international webinar will be a productive and successful one. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Bapak Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mahfud MD for the keynote speech.
And now we will hold the photo session. We will take the photo for our guests who attend this event directly. And we would like to ask for help from the cameraman and technician to give the signal. We would like to ask the Dean of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, the Vice Deans of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, and the professors of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, to please come forward to take a picture.
To all distinguished deans, University, Pancasila University, the vice deans of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, and the professors at Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, please come forward.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may go back to your seat. And now we will take the photo for our guests who attend this event virtually via online Zoom meeting. We would like to ask for help from the cameraman and technician to give the signal.
To all honorable guests and participants who are present via online Zoom meeting, to please open your cameras so we can take the photograph. And now we'll be entering to the main agenda, the presentation by the speakers, both from within and outside the country. On the first session, who will be moderated by Bapak Haris Nugroho, SH, LLM. For the first session, we would like to introduce our honorable speakers, Mr. Vladimir Hares, as the Director Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, United Nations Headquarters, New York. Professor Nguyen Thi Lan An, as the Acting Director General of East Sea Institute, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Mr. Antonio G.M. Lavinia, as the Associate Director for Climate Policy and International Relation Manila Observatory, Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. We would like to remind all participants, both in the room and the Zoom meeting, to continue to comply with the rules. To Bapak Haris Nugroho, we kindly invite you to moderate the event. The floor is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, Bapak Rektor University of Pancasila, Profesor Dr. Edi Tut Hendratno, MSI, FCB, ARB, Ambassador Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, Dean of Pancasila University, distinguished speakers and participants. Welcome to the international seminar with the topic, the effects of climate change to the law of the sea in the Unclos 1982 perspectives, which highlights the role of higher education in the mitigation and development of the law of the sea, which is conducted both in person and also via Zoom. Let me introduce myself. My name is Haris Nugroho, Acting Head of International Law Department, Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. The core issue of this international seminar will revolve around the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, Unclos 1982, which has been universally adopted by the majority of nations worldwide. As we are all aware, climate change has come to fore and become one of the most pressing issues confronting international community. The seminar will assess and further discuss the law of the sea relating to climate change impacts on marine ecosystem, biodiversity, and the challenges of the rise in sea level. It will also touch on how the Unclos provisions pertaining the protection and preservation of marine environment may be used in combating the climate crisis. In this connection, I am pleased to have three outstanding speakers: Mr. Vladimir Jares from the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, Office of Legal Affairs in United Nations, New York. Also, Associate Professor Lan An Thi Nguyen from Vietnam, and Dr. Antonio Gabriel Laviña from the Philippines. I will give each speaker around 5 minutes presentation, and then will be followed by Q&A session. And now let us start with the presentation by Mr. Vladimir Jares. Since there is a clash of his schedules, he confessed his regret that he is not being able to join us in real time, and he will deliver his presentation in pre-recorded video. Mr. Vladimir is the Director, Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, Office of Legal Affairs of the United Nations in New York from June 2021. He has worked for the United Nations since 1992, and his previous position was the Deputy Director, Division for Ocean Affairs, and the Law of the Sea, Office of Legal Affairs of the United Nations in New York, January 2013 to June 2021. His expertise is in the areas of international law, law of the sea, legal research, and international relations. The title of his presentation is The Convention on the Law of the Sea, Oceans, and the Climate Change. Would you please to help me to turn on his video, please?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me convey my deepest gratitude for the kind invitation addressed to the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea of the Office of Legal Affairs of the United Nations to participate in this important event. I regret not being able to join you in real time due to scheduling conflicts, but I'm sure that the exchanges during this event will be extremely stimulating, and it's my pleasure to convey my remarks, at least in the form of this pre-recorded presentation, in which I'm going to briefly address the issue of oceans and the climate change, also in the context of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Of course, I'll be only provide first an overview of the effects and impacts of climate change on the ocean, and then address very briefly legal and policy. Of course, in terms of impacts, we know that physical and chemical changes to the oceans resulting from increasing greenhouse emissions in the atmosphere are already driving significant changes to the ocean systems. For instance, these changes are consisting of warming from anthropogenic emissions, and these effects will persist for centuries to millennia and will continue to cause further long-term changes in the climate system and the oceans. One of them, of course, these changes is sea level. In the overview of the impacts, of course, we know that these impacts of climate change cause ocean warming, ocean acidification, deoxygenation, and related impacts includes changes in ecosystems, biodiversity loss, sea level rise, extreme weather events, and the loss of poor life. And there are also ecological and social economic consequences such as loss of lives, displacement of communities, destruction of property, etc., etc. And of course, we know that also food security may be increasingly affected. In terms of ocean warming, it is certain that the global ocean has warmed since 1917 and has taken up more than 90% of the excess heat in the climate system. And you'll see on this illustration a map which shows sea surface temperature anomalies with darker orange representing temperatures farther above average. Of course, one of the impacts of the ocean warming is demonstrated through sea level rise, which is the cause is expansion of the water owing to ocean warming and melting of glaciers and ice sheets. And of course, the sea level rise is projected to continue in the future in all emissions. Of course, this is the greatest impact on safety of islands and coastal communities. Of course, it has also an impact in terms of marine species redistribution. Since about 1950, marine species across various groups have shifted in geographical range and seasonal activities in response to global ocean warming, sea ice change, and biochemical changes, such as the loss of oxygen in their habitats. Well, the impacts of marine ecosystems are well documented. There was a decrease in global biomass of marine animal communities, their production, and warm waters, corals are at high risk already, and I project it to transition to very high risk even if global warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The coral bleaching is a very well-known phenomenon, and you see a high stress on many coral communities. Warm water also holds less dissolved oxygen than cool water, and it also tends to divide into layers that don't really readily mix. And this is the effect of stratification. And the deoxygenation will increase. This is the prediction of the FEF's assessment report of the panel on climate change by 3 to 6% during the 21st century in response to surface warming. Increase the dead zones, so-called dead zones. Of course, the impacts of livelihoods of coastal communities, it's enormous, and this is particularly concerning in food security. Over the last decades, also the global warming has led to widespread shrinking of the cryosphere, with mass loss from the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets and glaciers, and the reduction in snow cover and Antarctic sea ice extent. This is very alarming. Well, on one hand, of course, it opens some sea lane routes through the northeast and northwest passages. So, but on the other hand, of course, it creates and contributes to the sea level rise, as I have said. Well, of course, there are extreme weather events which are linked to surface water temperature, such as tropical cyclones, increase in extreme waves, and this is exacerbating the sea level rise and causes significant costs. Well, it has been also well-known fact that 30% of emitted CO2 emissions is absorbed by the oceans. But of course, this is affecting the ecosystem services and some adaptation. And for instance, there is a increased pressure from coastal development projects, which causes the disappearance of 35% of mangroves, loss of ecosystem services, and of course there is a greenhouse emissions from ships, which is of course also contributing to the overall increase in pollutants, climate pollutants, and that's been documented by many studies. The greenhouse gas emissions also lead to ocean acidification, and the anthropogenic ocean acidification is a direct consequence of rising CO2 concentrations, as seawater currently absorbs about 30% of the CO2 from the ocean acidification. Contributes to increased seawater acidity by 30%, and the consequences are also relatively well documented. Number one is the reduction of the chemical capacity of the near surface ocean to take up more CO2, and the second also is the effect of marine organisms, which is especially the calcifying organisms are affected, and this has as a cause, this causes also related loss in food livelihoods. Well, ocean acidification is not caused by climate change, but it's caused by a common root problem, and this is ongoing anthropogenic CO2. Of course, there are various ideas how to solve this issue. One is through geoengineering in the ocean. Of course, would be more important to focus on the role of science and observations, and on the need for further coordinated worldwide information gathering on the impacts of climate change on oceans and of ocean acidification that happens through various processes. In addition to IPCC reports, it is the World Ocean Assessment and the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which has started this year and will continue through 2030. Now let me briefly talk about the legal and policy frameworks at the global level. And I'll start with the Assembly, which has encouraged states to enhance scientific activity to better understand and raise awareness of the effects of climate change on the marine environment and marine biodiversity, and develop ways and means of adaptation. The Assembly also stressed the importance of scientific understanding of oceans and atmosphere interface, and called for improved efforts to address. It further encouraged to urgently pursue research on ocean acidification and increase national, regional, and global efforts to address levels of ocean acidity and its negative impacts. The Assembly expressed concern of the substantial risk to marine ecosystems, especially polar ecosystems and coral reefs, and the potentially detrimental consequences for fisheries and livelihoods, and urged to make significant efforts to tackle the causes of ocean acidification. Of course, the information sharing will be an important part of it. As you know, the deliberations of the General Assembly are informed by the informal consultative process, and there have been two particularly relevant informal consultative processes in 2017, focusing on the effects of climate change on oceans, and 2021, dealing with sea level rise and its impacts. And the documents in preparation, that means the Secretary General reports in preparation of these processes, and the outcomes are reflected in documents that are available on the website. Of course, we are in the period of sustainable development goals, trying to achieve the goals and targets of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which has targets 13 on climate action and targets 14 with the laws, oceans, and of course, these are very important milestones that we would need to reach. In other developments, the International Law Commission, as you know, included sea level rise in its program of work and established an open-ended study group on the topic, which publishes their paper. And just kind of a reminder that all of that is and should be happening in the context of the legal framework for the oceans, which is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. And as you know, the convention is of strategic importance as the basis for national, regional, and global action and cooperation in the marine sector. And the Assembly emphasized on many occasions that its integrity needs to be maintained. It's an umbrella convention, and it has very important parts and provisions on protection and the preservation of the marine environment in part 12, which of course also contain references to prevention, reductions, and control pollution of the marine environment from any source, including from or through the atmosphere, the vessels. So the definition in Article 1 of Unclos defines and provides for the pollution of marine environment, and defines it as production by man, directly or indirectly, of substances or energy into marine environment, including estuaries, which results or is likely to result in such deleterious effects as harm to living resources and marine life, hazards to human health, hindrance to marine activities, including fishing and other legitimate uses of the sea, impairment of qualified for use of the water, and reduction of many. Very broad definition. Of course, in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, parties are required to promote sustainable management and promote and cooperate in the conservation and enhancements as appropriate of sinks and a reservoir of all greenhouse gases not controlled by the Montreal Protocol, including biomass, forests, and oceans, as well as other terrestrial, coast, and marine. In the Kyoto Protocol and Doha amendments, you have also provisions that are of relevance in this region. Finally, the Paris Agreement, which entered into force on 4th November 2016, refers to oceans in its preamble and recognizes the importance of the conservation and enhancement as appropriate of sinks and reservoirs of greenhouse gases referred to in the convention, and notes the importance of ensuring the integrity of all ecosystems, including oceans, of the biodiversity. It sets up, of course, the limits in terms of global average temperature, and of course highlights the determined contributions of national and international pledges to reduce greenhouse gases. I'll not dwell in detail on the elements of the plan, but let me just highlight that the Convention on the Law of the Sea, the United Nations Convention of the Sea, does not make specific reference to the adverse impacts of climate change on the oceans, on the marine environment. And on the other hand, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement only generally refer to oceans, but in that sense, they should be considered as being complementary to each other, no mutually exclusive. And this slide, I think, demonstrates it very, very, very clearly. Let me say a few words on Conference of Paris, COP26, which is now, of course, in the past, but the COP hosted a thematic day on water and oceans and coastal zones, and the UN Oceans, which is a mechanism for coordination and cooperation among the Organization of the United Nations system, has a side event. The recording of this side event is also available. Finally, let me mention the role of international maritime organizations. This is regarding greenhouse gases emission strategy and pollution from ships. And you'll see that there's a lot of activities in the context of MARPOL and its Annex 6. And of course, there is also one multi-donor trust fund established to support technical cooperation and capacity building on the reduction of greenhouse gases emission from vessels. Another important framework is provided by the London Convention and London Protocol, and this is in respect of marine geoengineering, including ocean fertilization. And such an activity like ocean fertilization may only be considered for a permit if it's assessed as a constituting legitimate scientific research. So also important to recall. And finally, in the context of the Convention of Biological Diversity, we have decisions in relation to ocean fertilization and ocean acidification. So that would wrap up my very brief introduction on the topic of oceans and climate change, and I hope that it would be accepted as a useful contribution to your exercise. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vladimir, for your very comprehensive presentation. Mr. Vladimir has pointed out some salient points on climate change, and its relation to particularly to Unclos, UNFCCC, and other related international legal instruments relevant in addressing the adverse impacts of the climate change and how to respond and to mitigate the climate change. Thank you very much, and I think later on we can conduct Q&A, and if you like to raise questions, to Mr. Vladimir, you can send it through chat box, because I think some of our colleagues in permanent missions, Indonesian permanent mission in New York, also present in this Zoom meeting, and I think they can also help us in forwarding your questions to Mr. Vladimir. And now we proceed further to our second speaker, Associate Professor Lan Ante Nguyen. Good morning, Professor Nguyen. Thank you. Yes, welcome to this international seminar, and thank you very much for your kind participation. And I would like to first read out your brief curriculum vitae. Professor Nguyen is Acting Director General of the East Sea, in the bracket South China Sea, Institute of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, or DAV. She is a legal expert on the law of the sea. Her research focuses on the South China Sea disputes, as well as other issues related to ocean law and policy. In her role at the DAV, she offers legal analysis and advisory opinions to political, diplomatic, and security deliberations. Professor Nguyen often participates as a resource person and leads Vietnamese delegation to track to and conferences, workshops, to engage other regional countries on maritime security and the ocean law and policy. Prof. Nguyen received her PhD in international law from University of Bristol, the United Kingdom, and LLM from University of Sheffield in United Kingdom too. She was the deputy head of mission in her diplomatic posting at the Embassy of Vietnam in London from 2018 to 2021. She will speak about the impact of sea level. She will speak about the impact of sea level rise on two groups of coastal states. First coastal and the second one other states. The impacts on coastal state and status of maritime features. Now I give the screen to you, Professor Nguyen. Yes, it's very clear. Thank you.
the archipelagic baseline system may change, and it raises again the questions whether or not the archipelagic baseline system will be modified accordingly to the impacts of sea level rise, or still keeping the same. So in short, the first impact that the sea level rise may cause an impact toward stretch baseline will raise two questions. First, whether the coastal state need to modify their stretch baseline, archipelagic baseline, or normal baseline to meet up with the requirement of Unclos, or they will keep it unchanged despite of the impact from the sea level rise. And as we all know that the baseline will be a line that allows states to measure their maritime zones according with Unclos. Therefore, if the baseline changes, it will raise the questions whether or not are the limits of all the maritime zones of the coast state will be changed. All the maritime zones will be included internal water, territorial sea, contiguous zones, EEZ, and of course a reservation will be made for the continental shelf, because among four ways of delineate the outer limit of the continental shelf, only one way that depends on the baseline. The other three ways will depend on the natural prolongation of the natural continental shelf. In that case, it may not have an impact from the sea level rise. But if a coastal state will delineate their outer limit of the continental shelf as the same with the EEZ, which is 200 nautical miles, then again, it will have an impact when it changes the baseline. And the third point that may cause an impact for the coastal state, which is the legal regimes of feature at sea. We all know about Article 121, Paragraph 1, which defines an island is a naturally formed an area of land surrounded by water, which is above water at high tide. And with the impact from the sea level rise, the status of the feature at sea may change as well. A feature may no longer above at high tide. Instead, it only above at low tide or even submerged at low tide. And in that case, sea level rise is still can be classified as natures in the sense of naturally formed. So therefore, it will raise the question whether or not a legal status of a feature at sea will be changed as well as a result of the sea level rise. If it changed, then some island will no longer be island anymore after sea level rise. Some low tide elevation will be no longer be low tide elevation and become submerged features. And accordingly, it will have an impact on maritime entitlement, which is all the maritime that a coastal state can generate and claim from their feature at sea. So therefore, at this point, from the impact to the baseline, the impacts on maritime zones, and the impact on legal regimes of feature at sea, it will raise the question whether or not a coastal state will modify their baseline, the maritime zone limit, and the legal status of the feature in order to meet with all the requirements from Unclos after sea level rise, or whether or not it will keep it unmodified, will keep it unchanged with no adjustment at all. In the first way, if the coastal state make a change, make a modification or adjustment, it will make sure that we will apply Unclos consistently. But of course, it will cause a severe impact, a negative impact to the coastal state. In the second case, if the coastal state make it unchanged, no adjustment will be made, and the coastal state will agree with each other to keep all the baselines, the maritime zone limit, including the one already delimited with the neighboring country, and the status of all the maritime features will keep unchanged, then it will have an impact that it keeps it stable and protect the benefit of the coastal state because it's already suffered a lot from climate change. But it will raise a questions of a harmful effect to the second group of states, which is other states. So if the baseline will not be changed, then a part of internal water actually cover territorial sea, because if the territorial sea being moving forward to the mainland, it will cover or will create an overlapping with internal water. So in that case, other states may be limited the right in the right of innocent passes, because coastal state will not adjust the internal water. Then part of the internal water should be territorially where other states will enjoy innocent passes, and by keeping it unchanged, then the innocent patches of the other state will be reduced in the area where they should enjoy innocent passes. The similarity will be applied to freedom of navigation in EEZ and high sea. As the maritime zones of the coast state keep unchanged, then the freedom of navigation will be reduced in case if it would have been moving forward to the mainland. And then again, we have the question of the other freedom at sea, including the right to explore, exploit resources, the right to lay down cable, building feature at sea or structure at sea, which is enjoyed by every state at the high sea. And if coastal state decided not to modify the EEZ, then part of the EEZ would have been the high sea, where other states enjoy the freedom at sea will be reduced. And therefore, we have the question at hand, a new symptom or new phenomena created by sea level rise. On the one hand, we like to keep a good order at sea based on international law and the law of the sea, where all the rules and the norms created by Unclos will be used as a sole basis for maritime entitlement and should be applied consistently. So if we applied it consistently, it required an adjustment in order to meet up with all the criteria when the sea level rise already created. But if not, then we will face with the other dilemma, how to protect the right of the coastal state, because sea level rise is as a result of climate change, and in nature we still have so many arguments whether it's purely a product of nature or it will have an influence or part of it caused by man-made activities. And in that case, so whether sea level rise will be classified totally as naturally activity and that cause an impact that require the coastal state to adjust their maritime zones, baseline and legal features. If not, then it will raise the rise of the other state. If the coastal state can enjoy their rise, it will cause an impact to the rise of the other state. So sea level rise, similar to the other causes from climate change, will cause an impact to many facets of the social economy of coastal state. And in my presentation, I just highlight a very focused impact on some provisions of Unclos, and we understand from the previous speakers that at the moment, many attempts has been made in order to meet up with the new requirement of this system, of this symptom. However, much more need to be done in order to have a joint effort from all countries in the world, particularly the coastal state, who have the most severe impact from climate change, in order to find the way out to balance the interests of different group of states, and in order to ensure, the most importantly, the consistent and the adherence of the current rules-based order in order to guarantee a good order at sea and guarantees universal impact and effect of Unclos as the sole basics for maritime entitlement. So with that, I would like to stop my presentation here. I'm willing to take any comments or questions, if any. Thank you so much.
I think we're still waiting for his response. I saw already that he is already present in the Zoom link. Dr. Antonio, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. Good morning, Dr. Antonio.
Good morning from Manila.
Okay, let me first read out your curriculum vitae, your biography first.
Thank you.
Dr. Antonio Gabriel Lavinia is a leader, teacher, thinker, human rights, environmental and climate justice lawyer, and social entrepreneur. He is Associate Director for Policy and International Relations Climate Change of Manila Observatory, which he has led as Executive Director from 2016 to 2018 and 2020 to 2021. He's been a human rights, environmental, and climate justice lawyer for more than 30 years. Starting his law career as an advocate for indigenous peoples and local communities, fighting development aggression by logging and mining companies, and in some cases by the government pursuing environmentally destructive projects. Tintoni was formerly Dean of the Ateneo School of Government, an Undersecretary of the Department Environment and Natural Resources, a Senior Fellow and Program Director at the World Resources Institute in Washington, D.C., and co-founder of the Legal Rights and Natural Resources Center, known as LRC, and Asoka, Philippines. He obtained his LLM and PhD degrees from Yale University and his first degrees in philosophy and law from Ateneo, the Manila University, and the University of the Philippines, respectively. He placed third in the 1989 bar exam. Dr. Antonio, the screen is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you also to the organizers for inviting me here on two important topics that are linked to each other and very important for me. I have actually been Unclos Law of the Sea academic for also more than 30 years. Together with climate change. In fact, I was planning to do my doctoral dissertation in Yale University in 1990 on Unclos, but my mentor, my supervisor in Yale Law School, told me that, well, you know, you already know Unclos. You will actually work on Unclos being a Filipino. Unclos is very important for Filipinos. The law of the sea is very important for Filipinos. Why don't you also study something new? And so I ended up also studying climate change, which was in 1990 was actually an early, was a pioneer in the field, especially for law and policy. And not knowing that by, 1995, shortly after I started doing it, it was going to be one of the more important topics. And for the Philippines, certainly both the law of the sea and the climate change global regime are important topics. So I will try to do justice to this link in today's um, in today's um, uh, uh, conference, in today's webinar. So let me just put my slides in front of you. Um, so the title of my talk is very direct: the Paris Agreement and its relevance to Unclos and maritime boundary disputes. Now, those two things. We just had COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, which ended up with the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change adopting the Glasgow Climate Pact. But the Glasgow Climate Pact is really nothing but the implementation 6 years after of the Paris Agreement. So I'll talk about both, but look at it in the context of what lies ahead and how that intersects with the obligations of states under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, and also how it might affect negatively and positively the different maritime boundary disputes, and especially in our area. To be honest, being a Filipino and a Filipino expert, we do struggle, we do have to address what it means with our dispute, especially to China. Does this change anything? For example, in the arbitration award that the Philippines won against China in the Permanent Court of Arbitration in the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea in 2016, are there changes? Are there pathways forward? But first, just a few things about climate change that are important for oceans. The science, I think my colleagues, especially from the United Nations, did point that out, and I won't go through that anymore. There was in 2018 or 17 a special report on oceans by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, with a very clear message that the oceans are in deep trouble because of climate change, that the oceans and what we do to the oceans play a role in accelerating climate change, but that the oceans also provide us opportunities to solve or to address this issue, including things we do in coastal areas, things we do in high seas, things to do related to marine pollution of vessels. Then, of course, earlier this year, around 2 months ago, the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change came out. The picture of the woman in my slide is actually my former boss at the Manila Observatory. The Manila Observatory, where I am now, I used to be executive director, but I'm now associate director for climate policy and international relations, is the oldest scientific research body in the Philippines. It used to be the Weather Bureau of the Philippines and the Seismological Bureau of the Philippines. But now it's a private research institution by the Catholic Church and by the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. And my colleague Gemma Narisma is a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. She passed away earlier this year, and that's why I have her picture in tribute for the work that she has done in the sixth assessment report. And that report is quite clear. Climate change is real. Whatever doubts we've had about climate change, the scientific uncertainty about climate change. That's no longer there. We know it's real. The uncertainties might be on specific impacts and timeline of impacts and extent of impacts. We also know from the IPCC report, from the sixth assessment report, this categorical conclusion that this is caused by human activities, including activities that we do in oceans, which I will emphasize later on. The climate events we are now experiencing, including the events that are happening in our oceans, are either caused or aggravated by climate change. And from a policy point of view, we now have deadlines to avert breaching 1.5 or 2 degrees if you want to use that. If you want to not to breach that, if you don't want the worst case scenarios, we actually have to cut emissions by 45% in 2030 and reach what's called net neutrality by 2050. And the oceans and what we do in the oceans have a lot to contribute to achieve this. So as I said, I always, when I talk about this, I always lay tribute to my colleague, Gemma Narisma. And what can we do? No, I mean, there are various things we can do, and I don't want to go there anymore because we know that mitigation, adaptation, nature-based solutions. Unfortunately, right now we're losing the battle still, even with the Paris Agreement, even with the Glasgow Climate Pact just last month. We are still losing. We are still moving towards 2.7 degrees according to the latest estimate. That the country's commitments, we call them nationally determined contributions, are still too unambitious, that we won't be able to achieve 1.5 and not even 2, because we are moving towards 2.7 degrees. And part of that, of course, is the geopolitics. Part of the reason for that is the geopolitics of climate change, the relationship between developed and developing countries, the diversity of developed countries, the diversity of developing countries, where you have big developing countries, medium development countries, and you have very vulnerable developing countries. And I think when we talk about oceans, we can also talk about that. There are big developed countries and big developing countries. Well, in the case of China, I consider China already a developed country. But in our part of the world, for example, we have, medium countries. We have countries that are middle income developing countries, as well as vulnerable countries. In fact, all our countries in the region are also in ASEAN region are also vulnerable. Even the Philippines and Indonesia, as big as we are compared to island states. I always tell my colleagues when I give this talk, when I give a talk on climate change, that the Philippines and Indonesia, we're not small island states, but we are archipelagos, which means we are states with small islands that are affected by climate change. Then we have the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement adopts 2 targets, a minimum legal target of 2 degrees, or a policy target of 2 degrees that together we must achieve. But that is seen by many, including by me and the Philippines, for example, and many vulnerable states, as not ambitious, that we actually want to achieve 1.5 degrees limit for warming. Between Paris and Glasgow, a lot happened. In Paris, probably there were only 50 to 100 countries supporting 1.5. In Glasgow, I would say 175 countries, or maybe more. Maybe 190 countries are already pushing for 1.5 degrees. And there's just a handful, 5, 10 countries that are still saying it's 2 degrees. But important countries, I think, like China, for example, or India, important big developing countries that have a reason for doing that. Mitigation and adaptation are integrated in the Paris Agreement. And that includes very clear programs for coastal and marine areas, but not for high seas, not for areas that are in dispute, not for exclusive economic zones. And so one particular gap is countries need to include in their nationally determined contributions what their plans are for the exclusive economic zone and for the high seas, for areas of common heritage still. Later on, I'll talk about the seabed, the international seabed, and what the Paris Agreement and what climate change means for that, and for those provisions, and for the agreement to implement Part 11 of Unclos. Of course, Paris Agreement has provisions on climate finance and other support, and that's something we can actually use as we develop programs for coastal and marine areas, including for common areas. There's a sustainable development mechanism that has just been adopted in Glasgow, the rules of which has been adopted in Glasgow, that can allow private sector participation in, again, coastal and marine projects that are relevant for mitigation and adaptation. And then there's human rights and climate justice, and loss and damage, very important. Loss and damage is very important because many of our exclusive economic zones overlap with each other. In the case of maritime disputes, we see that happening. No? I mean, in the Philippine, the award to the Philippines by the Permanent Court of Arbitration, by the arbitration panel, very clear findings of the violation of China of the provisions of Part 12 of Unclos. And I'll go to that in a minute. And that results also in loss and damage, or aggravates loss and damage coming from climate change, which causes damage to fisheries, damage to islands, damage to reefs, coral reefs. And then Glasgow, before I reflect on what all of this means to Unclos. In Glasgow, we saw a stronger commitment to 1.5, as I said. We see commitments on forests, on methane, on coal, even on cars. Partial commitments, but important ones. Very important part of Glasgow is, instead of having to do this every 5, 10 years, countries have agreed to do this every year. That's very important because we need to take stock every year of what we need to do. Right now, we are far away from solving the problem. 2.7. We need 1 degree, less of emissions. And of course, Glasgow was a disappointment for climate finance. The developed countries were not able to deliver what they promised way back in 2009. But we made some progress in adaptation. We made some progress in the Santiago Network on loss and damage, made some progress on the Sustainable Development Mechanism. And more importantly, there's a promise that in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt next year, that will push this even further, that we will not have to wait for the next 5 years to fill in the gaps. So I actually think we are in good shape for climate change. Not perfect shape. Still lots of things to do, but at least the process is moving. Now, how is this relevant now to the law of the sea? I think my colleagues have already pointed that out in a number of ways, and I will avoid repeating them. But I will, as a lawyer, emphasize the legal aspects, the legal links. No? There are, of course, other links other than this. There's a link to In fact, the core of Unclos, which is about delimitation of maritime boundaries. No? That's why I have this general point of relevance to maritime disputes based on resource conflicts. But the most relevant is, of course, Part 12 of Unclos, because Part 12 is the the provisions of Unclos that deal with the protection and preservation of the marine environment. I'll speak for another 5 minutes and then end so that you can ask questions. So just to remind you, starts with Article 192, very basic. Obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. If climate change is the most threatening thing to the marine environment, and it is the most threatening thing, at 2 degrees, we actually lose, if I'm not mistaken, all of our coral reefs at 2 degrees. At 1.5, we save some of them, but not a lot of them already. We lose a lot of fisheries because of climate change. Yes, of course, the core principle of exploitation of natural resources, permanent sovereignty, continues. But we all know that that is always limited by state responsibility under Principle 21 and 22 of the Stockholm Environment, the Stockholm Declaration, and also under the principles of the Rio Declaration, that states can, of course, exploit resources, but not to the extent that it affects other states. We see that specifically in Article 194. This is the basis for the finding in the arbitration award in favor of the Philippines against China of everything that China had done to the disputed areas. Building artificial islands, reclamation, all things that had effect on the resources in those areas. Of course, there's a provision in Article 197 on cooperation, contingency plans, joint research programs. Climate change must be incorporated, all of that. In the context of climate support, climate finance, scientific and technical assistance to states for us to be able to know how to deal with climate change. And then there's several provisions, as you can see, on pollution. There's even a whole section on pollution. And again, it's all relevant from our point of view, including prevention of pollution from vessels. One of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases is vessels, maritime vessels. A lot of work has been done by the, both air emissions and sea emissions, marine emissions, because of the energy that they use, the oil that they use. That work needs to be supported. That work needs to continue. The second area in the Unclos that's very specific is, of course, about the seabed and all the provisions briefly about the seabed. Let me look at that, show that to you very quickly. So you have that, as you know, in Part 11, the area, the provisions on the area. That's general provisions, principles, it being a common heritage, and as you know, the creation, all the obligations to cooperate, development, rules for development, and then of course the creation of the International Seabed Authority is also there. You are probably aware as Unclos experts, you're also probably aware of the agreement on the implementation of Part 11. I reviewed it and there's nothing there on climate change. But climate should factor in if you're going to exploit oil and coal, oil and natural gas in the seabed and minerals in the seabed. And if we're going to do that also, even in our exclusive economic zone, will that not in fact increase oil and gas emissions? Right? So that question must be asked. And that's why I will go now to my conclusion about the relevance to maritime disputes that are based on resource conflicts. Of course, an example of that is the Philippines and China. The Philippines and China conflict, and with Vietnam and others, is a security conflict for sure. But it's also largely resource conflicts. Expectation that there's oil and gas in disputed areas. Would it be possible for us actually to step back and say, let's not exploit this oil and gas anymore? Because how can we meet our Paris Agreement obligations if we're going to exploit and drill for more gas and oil? Shouldn't we just convert these disputed areas into environmental conservation areas, protected areas, areas for joint research, areas for joint management? So here, climate change gives us an opportunity to actually address maritime disputes in a positive way. So to end, I just want to always emphasize the things we have to do for climate change is similar to the things we have to do for oceans, which are both national and global, common and also state-owned. We must always think and act global, always, always. We know that since 1987 with the Brundtland Commission and since 1992 with the Rio Declaration. But we must also act and think national and local and also regional, because our disputes are regional. I think the human aspects, human rights, for example, of people affected by climate change must always guide, actions, whether it's forest or marine actions. And we do have to pay attention to just transition and pay attention especially to the rights of developing countries that have not as much resources as our developed country partners. And for me, always climate justice is important. The poorer countries, the poorer peoples, the more marginalized must be given more in terms of what we do at the legal level. And that way we can win the fight against climate change, and we can also have our oceans in a better shape. Thank you very much.
It's in the Zoom. You might send your question via chat box, or you can also do it by unmuting your microphone. Perhaps in this very room there is a question from our dear colleagues, lecturers from University of Pancasila, or perhaps from the students who present in this very room. Or perhaps Mas Patra, can you double check on the chat box if there is a question or some questions? I invite distinguished participants. Don't hesitate to pose your questions, please. Is there any from this room? or in the chat box. Or maybe I will initiate questions to Prof. Nguyen or maybe to Dr. Antonio. How you respond in your respective countries in dealing with the adverse impacts of the climate change? I mean, is there any comprehensive, integrated regulation or maybe laws to covering this very issue? Perhaps Dr. Antonio or maybe Professor Nguyen, please. Or maybe I repeat my questions. Do you have in your respective country regulation law regarding climate change or maybe law of the sea in response to the climate change? Do you hear me, Prof. Nguyen or Dr. Antonio? Oh, okay. Yeah.
areas. But honestly, so we have laws for coastal and marine and climate change. But honestly, we have not linked it up to our framework for the exclusive economic zone. So for example, the Philippines probably just want to exploit whatever oil and gas we have. You know, and there's always talk about maybe doing something together with Vietnam or with China. But my point is we have to start incorporating climate change even in the way we implement the law of the sea. And we don't have that yet, Chair.
Thank you very much for your answer. Perhaps Prof. Nguyen. Please unmute your microphone, please, Prof. Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I was unable to unmute before. Yes, at the moment, Vietnam is among the 5 most affected countries in the world from the climate change. So we already have a national strategy to address climate change. We also enhance international cooperation under the UNFCCC, Kyoto or Paris Convention. We also conduct comprehensive adapting measures in the two big Mekong, to the two big delta of Vietnam, Mekong and Red River Delta. However, we haven't changed any legislation. We haven't adopted any approach whether or not Vietnam will change its maritime boundary toward neighboring country due to the sea level rise or climate change. At first, we conduct a survey on the impact of climate change to our maritime zone system. For example, we conduct the impact of sea level rise toward our base points, and we made the conclusion that no significant impact on that because most of our base point is quite high on at the high tide. We also conduct a research on like our current maritime delimitation agreement with neighboring country, and we haven't made any approach whether or not we need to change it. We consider that maritime delimitation agreement is a kind of boundary treaty, and it must have a kind of sustainable effect, and we believe that the change from climate change cannot be considered as a scientific element to change the treaty on boundary, and therefore we believe that all the maritime delimitation currently we reach with our neighboring country will stay in place. So that is the summary of our current policy and legislation. But we also worry about the current dispute at the South China Sea, because you know that much of the at the heart of the dispute is about the sovereignty at feature of the paracels, Spratly, and with sea level rise, for example, it may change the status of the features. But at the moment, even without the conclusion from the impact from climate change, quite a number of unilateral activity has been conducted in the South China Sea. As Dr. Antonio mentioned before, the building of construction at sea, for example, or the practice of claiming excessive maritime zones from the features which is not high tide features or artificial features, which also complicated our sea and may expand the scope of the dispute even to the area of Natuna that is within the water of Indonesia. So it is our concern, and I think that it is our common concern in order to maintain stability of our sea and in order to address all the negative impacts from climate change, in order to protect our ecosystem, our sea, and our good order at sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nguyen and Dr. Antonio, for giving us some information regarding the policy taken by your countries. And now I invite the participants in this room who would like to pose question. Please, our Dean, Professor Edi Pratomo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. Let me congratulate, first of all, the speech by the two speakers. Number one is my appreciation goes to Professor Nguyen and also goes to Dr. Antonio. I have one question for both of you, especially on how to deal with the international regulations, international conventions. Would it be possible, on the basis of the adverse consequences that you have just told us, especially on the impact of climate change, to time delimitation with neighboring countries? Both mentioned about the China Sea. It is very much relevant. We ask questions to Dr. Antonio because the Philippines has lots requests to the PCA in The Hague 2013, and it was the decision in 2016, especially on the award of the PCA, that the 9-dash line has no legal basis. and the PCA said at its decision that there are no islands within the framework of the definition Article 1.1 of the Unclos. How do you see, especially for the Philippines, to deal with the questions, especially on the intensive and aggressive actions which is now conducted by China, what is South China Sea? It is also very much important, especially between Indonesia and Vietnam, which is now initiating a negotiation on maritime delimitation on the exclusive economic zone. We have done our continental shelf in 2003, and we have been ratifying both Vietnam and Indonesia. Ms. Nguyen, how do you foresee the negotiation between Indonesia and Vietnam, especially how to conclude our EEZ of maritime delimitation on the basis and anticipation of the climate change situations in our regions? Even without climate change consequences, Prof. Nguyen, we have been experiencing many difficulties since there are two methodology of how to draw the line. You are implementing and expediting the straight baseline method, while Indonesia is pushing our archipelagic baseline. The two methods there are complementary, but at the same time they are also related. Is there any middle ground or acceptable solution for both Indonesia and Vietnam to deal with these questions? This is an academic exercise, so we are ready to discuss the proposal, and it is our position as individual, as academic, and we are not representing our countries. I thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Edi Pratama. Please, Dr. Antonio and Prof. Nguyen to answer Professor Edi's questions.
As pointed out by our colleague, this is an academic exercise, and I'm not speaking certainly for the government, for the Philippine government. But the path forward is very clear for us from the from the arbitration award that was given to us. That was a slam dunk in favor of the Philippines, legally speaking, academically speaking. However, all of us who practice public international law are quite aware that we can only implement international law through creative diplomatic approaches, especially in this case where China did not even participate in the dispute except in questioning jurisdiction. But we know we have identified various ways to implement this, starting of course with our ASEAN partners, but also with other partners that are interested in a more reasonable understanding of what are the rights in the disputed areas in the South China Sea. So for me, the answer is diplomatic sort of initiatives that are consistent. The thing I can criticize our government for, and I don't mind doing that because it's true, is in fact its inability to be consistent in its diplomacy. Sometimes in diplomacy it can take 10, 20 years to get your achievement, your objectives. And we know that, and we've accepted that. But you have to be consistent. If you're not consistent, you're not going to achieve your goal. Thank you.
Please unmute first, perhaps your microphone, Prof. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got the question from the Dean regarding the current EEZ delimitation between Indonesia and Vietnam. Again, I agree with you that it is academic forum, and I'm not speaking for my country or any official view. At the moment, in my opinion, the encouraging between Indonesia and Vietnam is that the two countries decided to delimit their EEZ on the basis of Unclos. We can see that practice in the region have quite a number of excessive maritime claims, but at least we too agree that each country will have 200 nautical miles EEZ, and we can base the 200 nautical miles in accordance with Unclos from their baselines. Of course, Indonesia is an archipelagic state, so Indonesia have the archipelagic baseline, and Vietnam is a mainland country and have an option between the normal baseline and stretch baseline. At the moment, Vietnam is using the stretch baseline. We have also another advantage that the top leaders have met with each other. The more recent meeting between your president and our prime minister, and the two leaders both agree that two countries should accelerate the maritime delimitation. And the third point is that we have quite a number of good practices on EEZ delimitation. So I believe that the negotiation process will have a good encouragement and motivation to conclude soon. The significance of maritime delimitation between Indonesia and Vietnam is not only to settle and bring stability to the two countries, but also send a strong message that the two countries, Indonesia and Vietnam, adhere to Unclos and international law and opposed to other excessive claims. So therefore, I believe that it's the matter at the moment, it's just a matter of time, and the technical team tries their best to achieve an equitable solution for the two countries. I know that for the long time, Vietnam is in the position of a single maritime boundary, which would like to apply the continental shelf delimitation line to the EEZ. And Indonesia, on the opposite, would like to have a different line, just similar to other delimitation between Indonesia and its neighboring country. So we respect the differences and we try to harmonize and try to find the best solution for the two countries. At the moment, what I know is they try to have the next negotiation route that overcome all the difficulty. I hope that the two countries can reach the delimitation soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nguyen and Dr. Antonio. Maybe perhaps Prof. Eddie still need some more clarification, or it's enough? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think so. We still have.
Well, while waiting for the questions from the participant, I just would like to pose one more questions for speakers. Yeah, I was mentioning just now about the possibility of having the international conventions on how to deal and address the adverse consequences of the climate change. There will be many small island developing countries will lead to submerging of their islands because of the sea level rise. And there are many damages to the coastal areas of certain areas, small islands, and especially experienced by many countries in the Pacific. Do you think, as an expert or academician, it is now time for us stakeholders to have a dialogue to initiate an international conventions dealing with this question. How do you feel about that? How do you foresee about the possibility of having a new regulation internationally, which is going to be discussed and adopted by the UN mechanisms or other fora mechanisms? Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Edi. Please, Prof. Nguyen and Dr. Antonio, please unmute your microphone, please.
Can you repeat the question, Chair? It was a bit too. Yeah.
Let me go first.
Well, let me go first, and then I'll add to it. Yeah.
Yeah, let me go first. I think the question is about the prospect of an universal negotiation or like kind of discussion on a convention to address the impact of climate change. In my opinions, international organizations, including the UN, already have their movement. We have the report. We listened to the first speaker, Mr. Vladimir, and also we saw a lot of attempt within the UN framework, as well as the report from the ILC, in order to address the impacts of climate change. And the Dean already mentioned about this, the most severe impact that related to statehood, with some developing Pacific country that they may longer have the territory due to the impact of climate change. And I believe that it's already covered under the report of the ILC. And of course, if this situation of climate change continue, we believe that we need a joint effort, even in the way of a new treaty, to cover all the legal impacts that caused by climate change to all states in the world, including statehood, including law of the sea, and other aspects as well. Thank you.
I agree with Professor Lan An in everything that she just said. Certainly in my field, which I follow a lot the processes in the Climate Change Convention. That's like looming all the time, but you would want to do something that's more systematic, and so the approach that Professor Lan An suggested is I think a good approach.
Her hands, please.
Excuse me, my name is Hadijah. I'm from the Faculty of Law, University of Pancasila, and I would like to ask question to any of the speakers who would like to answer. What can we do to raise public awareness of this topic, remembering that this issue doesn't get much exposure? Thank you.
I'm sorry, please identify your name.
My name is Hadijah.
Hadijah, yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Hadijah. Please, Dr. Antonio and Prof. Nguyen to answer Hadijah's questions. This is about public awareness, yeah? Public awareness campaign.
Yeah. Public awareness is very important for I think both climate change and law of the sea. We have a problem though, right? Because unless you are right in the middle of the sea, the sea is like far away from many people, and climate change, the atmosphere is so far away. So you need to be able to make the connection to livelihood, to the economy, to pollution that affects, to health, to the pandemic, for example. So I think that's an important thing for public awareness. You have to link it to how the people are, how to deal with what they're facing on their day-to-day life.
I'm happy to hear that question from young student, I guess, because public awareness will start with many part of our big population, but it should begin with the young people. We have so many models of the young people advocate for a change in behavior, either of individuals or organization. And climate change is not something that anyone or any state can do alone. We need a joint hand together. We can see some positive effort recently reached by country among COP26 summit, and much more need to be done in the future. We can see the net zero has been integrated into the development goal of many countries, and I hope that in the future people will understand more about the impact of climate change, and by that change their behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nguyen and Dr. Antonio. I note that there are 3 more questions from the chat box. My dear colleagues here would like to read out those 3 questions. Please, Pak Fajra.
Sharfina from University of Bengkulu. Climate change is regulated under international law, such as UNFCCC 1992 or Paris Agreement 2015. My question is, what is the implication by those regulations to the climate change, and why international law must regulate the issue of climate change? Thank you.
The other 2 questions, please.
The second.
Oh yes, please, Dr. Antonio.
Change is a global problem. Everyone contributes, every country contributes to climate change. Every country suffers because of climate change. The causes accumulate comprehensively and affects everyone comprehensively as well. So you do have to have evolving international regime to deal with it. We started in 1992, the Rio Declaration, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have the Kyoto Protocol, we have the Paris Agreement. That's not going to be the end because the problem is evolving, and we have to evolve with it as well to be able to solve it.
Thank you, Dr. Antonio. Prof. Nguyen, please.
I cannot agree more with Dr. Antonio. As you can see from the UNFCCC is just a framework convention, and therefore, as a matter of fact, that it is a global issue that create so much impact on all aspects of the global life, then much more need to be done in order to create a concrete legal framework in different aspects in order to address effectively with climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Nguyen. Patra, the next question.
This is the question from Andreas from UPH Jakarta. I would like to ask Mr. Tony regarding outcomes of Glasgow. Were there any commitments to join supply chain mechanism or marine or fisheries product from developing countries to developed ones? Thank you.
Please, Dr. Tony.
Remember, there's no such specific commitment because that was not something that was really dealt with there. But they do have, as pointed out earlier by one of the speakers from the UN, there is a process that's going on about that as well in terms of consumption and production.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. I think the last question. Yeah. Oh, already done, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions, and I do not want to make a conclusion. I thank you very much to all the distinguished speakers and participants who have actively participated in this seminar and contribute some insight and pertinent views concerning our topic, and which is very fruitful in my opinion, and is very productive, so to say. Thank you once again. Thank you once again. And now I give the screen back to the MC, Ibu Arum. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bapak Haris Nugroho, for moderating the first event of today's seminar. For the second session, the presentation from our honorable speakers will be moderated by Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana SH. For the second session, we would like to introduce our honorable speakers. Bapak Insinyur Mateus Eko Rudianto, from Director General of Surveillance and Control of Marine and Fisheries Resources of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia. And Bapak Duta Besar, Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SH.MA, as the Dean of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University. We would like to remind all participants in the room and in the Zoom meeting to continue to comply with the rules. To Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana, we kindly invite you to moderate the event. The floor is yours, sir. Test.
A very good morning to everybody. Perhaps first of all, I would like to address to the Honorable Professor Dr. Edi Hendratno,
Test.
FCRB, MSI, the Rector of the University of Pancasila, and also Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo, who is currently the Dean of the Faculty of Law of the University of Pancasila, which he also at the same time is the head of the International Office of the University of Pancasila. And I would like to address also all deans, participants, whether we are offline or online, who are gathered today for this important event on the commemoration of Hari Nusantara. Well, without further ado, I think the purpose of this webinar, international webinar, has already been mentioned by the MC and the previous moderator. I will start by, of course, introducing myself. My name is Mulya Wirana. I'm currently the Deputy Head of the International Office of the University of Pancasila. I'll honor and privilege to be the moderator for the second panel. At this second panel, I think we have two speakers, prominent speakers, I would say, that just not have the knowledge, but also have the experience, a long experience in dealing with the law of the sea and all the challenges that related to it, including the issue of climate change. And first of all, the first speaker would be Mr. Matius Eko Rudianto. He's the, excuse me, I just look throughout the CV. He's currently the Principal Fisheries Inspector of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. But before that, I think he has a long history of dealing issues on maritime and fisheries. He was director for Marine Resources Surveillance. He was acting director for investigation of piloting and handling. He was also the deputy director for conservation, area utilization and fish conservation. And now with his current occupation, he's dealing or coordinating all of that issues that he has been worked for so long. Mr. Matius Eko Rudianto will be actually representing Admiral or Dean, the Director General of Marine and Fisheries Surveillance. Okay, without further ado, I will give you the floor, Pak Matius. Pak Eko, okay, Pak Eko, to give your presentation on the impact of climate change to marine and fisheries sector. I give you the floor, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the inspector, which is not the policeman. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Hope you are good, healthy, happy. That's the most important thing. First of all, thank you for inviting the Director General of Marine and Fisheries Surveillance, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to be one of the speakers at the very important and prestigious event. First of all, allow me to apologize for the absence of Mr. Rear Admiral Adin Nurawaludin, the Director General Marine and Fisheries Surveillance, due to other engagement. Actually, starting today, we have 11 country meeting, Prof, to discuss the IUU fishing issues. We have that cooperation since 2007. Actually, I have to chair that meeting, but he asked me to come here, I think, because he think that Professor Edi Pratomo will angry to him if nobody come here. And as mentioned by moderator, let me again introduce myself. I'm Eko Rudianto. Actually, I should retire last year, but I'm not ready to retire yet, so I got extension and appointed as a Principal Fisheries Inspector. So, but not the policeman, yeah. Okay, maybe can somebody put my, please. Do you have it? Oh, okay, that one. I think, allow me to stand. Okay, thank you. But before I start, I should remind you that my English and those two gentlemen English is very different. Those guys English is diplomatic English. It's very halus itu apa bahasa Inggrisnya? Huh? It's fine. Me is a worker English, so maybe will be too direct or whatever. Okay, let me start. So actually I've been involved with climate change issue since more than 10 years ago. And actually this topic, I like it most. But then stopped since five years ago when I've been appointed as one of the director in this DG. Because this DG dealing with the violation, dealing with the thief, and we are not talking climate change a lot. And I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy that I'm appointed as to represent my boss. It's like dream come true. So thank you very much. But I have to work hard during last week to find information, to meet my friend, my old network, to brief me on the current development of climate change issue. Next. Yeah, this is my topic. Yeah, we'll talk about the climate change and then what is the impact to the marine and fishery sector. What is adaptation and mitigation measure that we already plan and implement. And then I try to discuss the impact of climate change with Unclos 1982, but I will not put that into the conclusion because I'm afraid I'm not expert enough on that one, right? Okay, so let me start with the first slide. Next. I think everybody knows this, yeah? So the climate change is the effect of the global warming, right? That's the simple way. Okay? And the climate change is refer to the situation where a change of climate properties or variabilities happen and continues, and it will never stop. Next. I will go fast for this one. And you can imagine the climate change is like diabetic. Yeah, it's like diabetes. Yeah, you didn't feel anything, but the high blood sugar eating your organ slowly. That's the climate change. You don't feel it, but it's happened. Slow but sure. We call it slow onset disaster. And lately there are some extreme what you call it, disaster that induced by the climate change, like high wave and so on. Next. And this is the impact of climate change to marine sector. Unfortunately, you cannot read it, right? So starting from the sea level rise, coral bleaching, ocean acidification, what else? Yeah, change in climate variability, increased frequency of extreme weather, and change in fish migration pattern. That's those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that we identified as the impact of climate change to our sector. Maybe I can speak one by one very quickly. Next. So the sea level rise, for example, it has been recorded by our research center in our 5 fishing port, is around 2 centimeter in 5 years. Okay? Maybe you can then relate them to Unclos later. What happened if sea level rise around 2 centimeter in 5 years? So you can calculate in 20 years how many centimeter? 8 centi, and so on. Next. This is the sea temperature. According to the study by Iskandar in 2020, the Indonesian sea surface temperature has been increased by the average of 0.19 degree in 10 years, in 1 decade. And the effect of sea temperature, it's amazing. The occurrence of coral bleaching, for example, is now happening more often. Before is around 10 years once in 10 years, and that now is almost twice, 1 in 2 years. Next. And the next one is you have to remember that the sea become more acid, right? Become more acid. It has been recorded that around 26% is become more acid. And this is, of course, will affect coral reef, will affect fish, will affect other organisms in the sea. Next. And this is the changings in climate variability. Yeah? So season shift, longer or shortened season, and unpredictable season. So you can imagine if this is happen, not this is happen, this already happened, it will make our fishermen have problem in planning going fishing. For my DG, for example, we have to add this factor when we plan our operation. It will affect our operation plan because the season is unpredictable. Next. And this is what happened in last 2 years. The increased frequency of extreme weather. Of course, the extreme weather will affect to the fishermen. They will not go to go fishing, and of course will impact our patrol operation. Next. And this is the one, this is really struck me out when I read it last night. So actually the fish migration pattern is already happened. In 2011, for example, the tuna migration is going south. And I don't know what happened now. Maybe we have to check the data. Next. So with all those impacts, what can we do, right? So far, the approach is next. Okay, climate change will still happen and continue to happen, and we cannot stop it. What we can do is to slow it down and work on reducing the risk. How to reduce the risk? I try to explain in these 3 The first one is adaptation. I think everybody already talked about that this morning. The second one is mitigation. And the third one is awareness. That the 3 things we already do it, even though it's not massive enough since 10, 12 years ago. The adaptation is the process of adjusting to current or expected climate change effect. The mitigation is avoiding and reducing emission of heat-trapping greenhouse gases into atmosphere. And the awareness is, that's what already asked by one of the student of Pancasila University. So I think you can guess what I will talk about. Next. This is the program. Maybe you can read it later after this presentation. So the updated nationally determined contribution work with Ministry of Menko Marves in developing this one. There are two key programs, namely coastal zone protection and ecosystem conservation. That's the two program for recorded in our document. And in the document you can see the strategy there. For example, mainstreaming adaptation into policies and program and development of climate resilient coastal zone. Next. This slide shows how adaptation can implement to adapt with the sea level rise. There are several activities there. For example, ranging from doing nothing until the ecosystem-based adaptation. Various activities has been applied, such as coastal dikes in Jakarta Bay. That's one example of the protect adaptation measure. Okay. Or if you go to Pangandaran now, you can see there are several MMIF building there near the beach. We are using the accommodate measure, yeah. I remember when we designed that, we developed the first floor in the 7 meter from sea level, mean sea level, something like that. So this is what we already do, and you can find a lot of example of this. Next. And actually what has been proposed by many experts and has been discussed also in Glasgow last month, that actually the best way is what we call it nature climate solution. One of them by using mangrove, for example. Mangrove is play important role for climate change. You can use them as adaptation measure. You can use mangrove also for mitigation measure. For adaptation measure, for example, mangrove can protect the coastline, and we can reduce waves, and also we can use them as alternative livelihood for the people who stay there. Next. And this is the adaptation program that we already developed since several years ago. We are using the physical activities by building dike, using geotextile, planting mangrove, or the second approach, we can use them as a tourism area. So if we use them as tourism area, people will protect them. And the third approach is the soft approach, by allocated mangrove as a protected area or as a protected zone in the marine spatial planning, for example. That's the mitigation one. Next. The awareness program developed by KKP, by MMIF, we call it, I think Pak Haris like this, beach school. Yeah, if we have a beach school, you can imagine something, right? Yeah, we call it Sekolah Pantai Indonesia. This is an informal school we dealing with the young people. We give them awareness to love the sea, to love the ecosystem of the coastal, and so on. And we have it about around 5 years already, this program. Next. And this is the, as I said, mangrove. We can use mangrove for the mitigation measure also. Because as you can see from my data here, as actually the mangrove and seagrass ecosystem of Indonesia on a global scale is 17% of the world carbon stock. So Indonesia is very important when we are talking about the carbon stock. So carbon dioxide is stored in the soil under the mangrove as long as the mangrove is there. If you cut the mangrove, the carbon will release to the air. So that's why very important to keep mangrove to there. Next, I think maybe we next. This is our program for the mitigation. Next. Yeah, this is I try to connect the climate change impact to our DG, what will happen, and what adaptation and mitigation measure. And next, I think this one, okay, this one. In the slide, I venture to discuss the relationship between climate change and Unclos 82 to fit the theme of this webinar. However, since I'm not an expert in the field of climate change, let alone expert on the Unclos 82, I will rather throw some question in this presentation actually. I will only limit to 3 regarding sea level rise, coral bleaching, and sea level rise, ocean acidification, and changes in the migration pattern. As you can see in the left or right? In the left, yeah? In my right, sorry. In my right, for example, sea level rise will ultimately affect the mean sea level and of course low tide. Will this affect the territorial sea and contiguous zone arrangement as mentioned, as regulated in Article 1 to 16? So this is my question to take out by you and to do your thesis or dissertation only for this one. Yeah. The second one, ocean acidification and changes in fish migration pattern will affect the management and conservation of fish resources, including sedentary species. What is the effect on the regulation of protection and preservation of the marine environment as regulated in Part 12? And the third point I want to make is sea level rise will also cause the outer island to sink, disappear, drowning. Is this will affect the boundaries of the archipelagic state as regulated 4750? That's several questions I throw to maybe Professor Edi Pratomo later will tackle this one. I think that's all my presentation, and the conclusion is there. I just repeating myself what I have been discussed. I think I should stop here with the message that there will be a lot of material that can be used as research topic whether the 1982 Unclos should be proposed to be adjusted due to climate change. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Pak Eko, for your presentation that illustrates the real thing that is happening on the field. Is scary, but of course, if we have the sort of concerted action by all the stakeholders, I think we can not overcome, as you already mentioned, but to slow down the impact of the climate change. For the second speaker, I don't think we need any introduction because Prof. Edi Pratomo, as you well all know, this was a seasoned diplomat, having a career to be the Director General of Legal and Treaties Affairs. He became ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany. He was an experienced negotiator, be it in the bilateral, regional, and multilateral issues. And after, I cannot say that after he resigned or retired, he never retired because he became the special advisor of the Speaker of Parliament. He became the special envoy of the President of Indonesia on the limitation of borders with Malaysia, or maritime borders with Malaysia. And then I don't know how he got astray to become a dean of the Faculty of Law of the University of Pancasila. But nevertheless, this webinar international with the attendance of ministers, prominent ambassador, is a testament of his wide range of network. Without further ado, Pak Dekan, if I give the floor to you to share your thoughts about the issue of maritime delimitation in accordance with Unclos 1982 and its relevance to the climate change impacts. The floor is yours, sir.
Pak Eko, saya duduk di sini aja ya, supaya lebih rileks kayak sarasean gitu ya, kayak di pengajian gitu. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I would warmly welcome Pak Eko, my close colleague and collaboration with Kementerian KKP or Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. We have been working back in 1990s lah. Till now, we still have very intense communication with Pak Eko. We have been doing many meetings somewhere in Bandung, in Jogja, in Bali, in so many different parts of Indonesia to discuss the illegal fishing, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing by other nelayan, ya, other foreign ships. Dear participants, guests of honor from the Ministry of Coordinating Ministry of Investment and Maritime Affairs, Prof. Astim, many dignitaries from New York, from the Philippines, and from Malaysia, and also from Vietnam. Our colleague, Professor Nguyen, has just briefed us on the current situations on how to delimit the maritime boundaries between countries, especially in the Southeast Asia. The issue is very much difficult to understand, yeah, especially for students who are starting their study on the ocean affairs. And this time the title is, what is the impact of climate change to the implementation of this convention of 1982? There are many adverse consequences, and I need to stress and touch upon a very special role of the university in Indonesia. What is the role of the higher education, especially in dealing with these daunting issues of climate change, which are affecting very much the oceans. Indonesia is a country consisting of 2/3 oceans, ya, 2/3 itu air. We have only 1/3 land and 2/3 waters or oceans. So we are archipelagic state, negara kepulauan. So we need to understand, we need to prepare young generations, lawyers who are mastering the issue of on the law of the sea. We need more thousands of lawyers mastering the issue of law. Now we have only several lawyers on the land related legal perspective, criminal law, private law, business law, but not so many students who are taking the law of the sea. It is very much prihatin in bahasa Belandanya itu. It's very much my deep concern. I have not so many students who are studying law of the sea, and Indonesia is consisting of so many waters, islands everywhere. We have been always expressing that we have more than 17,000 islands. Singapore only have one island. We have 17,000 more. So we will have, if we interested to divide ourselves, we will have so many different countries among our thousands of islands. Yeah. So this time we would like, dear participants, to understand what is the adverse impact, the negative impact of climate change. Many speakers, Pak Eko just now has been mentioning about the marine pollution, about the coral bleaching, about the sea level rise, air lautnya pasang, yeah, and there are many damages around the coastal areas. So many fishermen who are very much in difficulties in their life because of climate change. Yeah, there are many doctrines and also exploration proposal, especially to have or to explore and exploit the resources even beyond national jurisdictions. Now there are an attempt with the United Nations to initiate an international arrangement, and we call it BBNG, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So there are many technologies now who are introduced by many developed countries, and we have Ambassador Nasir that have just given us a brief statement. He is also representative of Indonesia to the ISPA, International Seabed Authority in Jamaica. This function of ISPA is just to have a regulation on how to deal with the natural resources in deep sea beyond national jurisdiction, di tengah-tengah laut bebas. So we have been already discussing that very anticipated problems in the future. Now what happened with the climate change? It is very difficult to measure our line, especially when we are claiming our line with Vietnam, with Malaysia, with Palau, with Singapore, with Papua New Guinea, and with Australia. If the damage of our islands, there must be several cases. The islands are sinking. Yeah. Tide elevations. We cannot see anymore the island because flooding everywhere, sea level rise, caused by climate change. How do we then measure our claim to measure our delimitation boundaries with neighboring countries? Is there any impact on how do we deal with the negotiation on maritime delimitation? It is now being discussed between many experts around the world. Paris Conference, which we have already agreed Paris Agreement in 2016, and recently in last 2 months, President Jokowi has attended a very important conference of parties, 26 of the UNFCCC, 3 Cs, yeah, UN Framework Conventions on Climate Change. Why Glasgow Conference was so famous? Because it was the summit meeting for head of state and governments to agree on a certain criteria in the form of declarations, because we have already agreement in Paris 2016. How do we implement the Paris Agreement? Every state has to initiate a sustainable management of their ocean in order to prevent the marine pollution, to prevent the bleaching, to prevent the damage of the islands. Yeah, because it will influence the life of every human being. So the simple question is that, how do we deal with climate change? We have a national committee in Indonesia, as Pak Eko just briefed us, yeah, and the coordinator is Ministry of Forestry and Ministry of Environment. Both are considered to be national focal point in order to have an international obligation and make a regular report to the UNFCCC what that has been done by the government, especially on adaptation program, on mitigation of climate change program, how they need the financial support of the developed countries. What we need is also technology transfer, because we need technology in order to have an adaptation and mitigation program. Yeah, I have asked to my colleague Professor Nguyen of Vietnam this morning that the climate change will influence very much the delimitations of the maritime boundaries between Indonesia and Vietnam. As I said, now we are in the process of negotiating the EEZ line, exclusive economic zone line between Indonesia and Vietnam. We have already our 2 line. Yeah, now the line for the EEZ and the other one is a line for continental shelf. So, in short, I would like just to have to provoke the government of Indonesia that we need also to discuss and to do the research of the existing regulations, national regulation, whether the regulation is already very much in accordance with the actual situation of climate change on the ocean or not. I think I would like to suggest that the role of the higher education need to have center of excellence in every university dealing with the issues, questions of climate change and law of the sea. If one of the university has its center of excellence, I think the socialization information is very much needed, as this morning has just been asked by young generation from the Faculty of Law, University of Pancasila. So, nenek moyang kita orang pelaut, then we need to be understood of what is going on in our sea, yeah, and how do we deal with the delimitation with other countries, especially because of climate change, yeah. So those are my points, my salient points that need to be addressed at this very important gathering, not only to the audience in Indonesia, but also to the audience abroad in other countries, partner of Indonesia, in Malaysia, in the Philippines, and in New York. And we are quite happy that the director of Division of the Sea of the United Nations has just briefed us on the very important elements on how do we deal with the climate change issues in relations with the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So I prefer to answer the question by Pak Eko, ya, at the end of my remarks. Pak Eko asked this seminar, how can we deal with the issue of delimitations when climate change is affecting very much the island, the base point of our islands, which is the basis of our claim, especially in drawing the line to the neighboring countries. My academic view, Pak Eko, it is very much important that we have to remember our archipelagic baseline is already registered at the United Nations office. Yeah, we have submitted our report that we have several archipelagic baseline, titik dasar, yeah, and base point. It is regulated under Peraturan Pemerintah number 38 2002, and we have also Undang-Undang Wilayah Negara, territorial regulations under the Act 38 2008, yeah, which is dealing with the territorial integrity of Indonesia. I don't think that the coordinate will be different because of climate change. I would say that the coordinates are already there, so the base point is fixed. We don't need to be worried about this because we will depart our claim for our base point that we have already regulation in Indonesia. Even though we don't have any island anymore because of the climate change impact, but the coordinates are still there. In our map of Indonesia 2017, we have a very clear coordinates, and we have already submitted our report on the position of the coordinate and the status, and there is no one country protesting Indonesia on this coordinate, so we are very safe. Those are my salient points, Mr. Moderator, Pak Ambassador Wirana, and I give back the floor to you again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I thank you very much, Professor Edi Pratomo, for your short but deep assessment for what's doing. I think, in my opinion, since Professor Edi Pratomo mentioned that nenek moyangku orang pelaut, our ancestors are either fishermen, either seafarers. I think this kind of awareness that we have to build. I don't know, maybe for long we think that we live in a continental territory, not an archipelagic territory. So the awareness of anything related to sea is a bit, less. So perhaps my proposals, this is my personal opinion. I think the higher education at all levels should be made complementary on anything related to the sea, not just in terms of legal perspective, but also technical perspective. And Pak Eko mentioned the school on the coast. I think that is a very sort of idea to build awareness since early on. Now I would invite questions from the floor and from the those who are online. If you can give your name, for those that is following online, can also put your question in the chat room to and mention your name and your question addressed to any of these gentlemen here. Is there any? Okay, please.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask this question to Pak Eko. As we've discussed before, climate change affects the rising of sea levels. I would like to ask a question regarding the rumors about Jakarta going to sink in few years. How did the Indonesia's government react to this issue? Thank you.
Can you repeat your question? It's not correct. Can Indonesia's government? Okay.
As we've discussed before,
yeah,
climate change affects the rising of sea levels.
Okay.
And I would like to ask a question to Pak Eko regarding the rumors about Jakarta is going to sink in few years. How did the Indonesia's government react to this issue? Thank you.
Okay, the rumors that Jakarta will sink in a few years, Pak. Is it true?
How I answer this? If we can meet outside, two of us, I can say true. Yeah, for Jakarta actually, they have two problems together. The first one is sea level rise. The second one is land subsidence. So the land is going down and the sea surface is going up. So what that's happened? But I don't want to, my statement, I don't want to become viral, but if you want to see the real what happening in the beach area, actually you can go to Demak. There is two villages there. I forgot the name, just close to the Semarang. The water now is already 1 kilometer to the land. And we did every effort there, Pak Pro. We built dike, we planting mangrove, but the water as usual is strong as hell. So the sea level rise issue is not only for Jakarta, yeah, it's for all over the beach city, the coastal cities. what we can do, try to slow it down. Try to slow it down by what we have been agreed in Paris Agreement, for example. Try to keep the global warming below 1.5 degree, for example. But what will happen is the level of the sea will rise, and that's why if you heard about 5-7 years ago that Jakarta want to build what we call it NCICD, did you hear that? National Capital Integrated Coastal Development, that they want to build a big dike like in Amsterdam and doing reclamation. That's one way government try to deal, to cope with the climate change and land subsidence issues. Thank you. Mike.
I thank you, Pak Eko. Is there any other question? Please, for the students, you are the next generation of, you want to ask second question?
Thank you. This one is for Prof. Sorry, this one is for Prof. Eddie. If I'm not mistaken, you said that higher education plays a big role in this issue. So I would like to ask, as the Dean of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, what are the plans that you are going to do? What are the plans that what can we do to contribute in fighting climate change? Especially for the international students, what can we do to fighting the impacts of climate change? Thank you.
A very good thought-provoking questions from the student to me as a dean. I have already my plan of action, my roadmap within the framework of Dekanat Fakultas Hukum. Ya. Number one is that we are now initiating to establish a new program, what we call it International Undergraduate Program. Yeah, so we will receive many foreign students and national students who are good in English with a certain level of competency in order to have lessons in English. Mata kuliahnya all in English. And we would like to invite all smart students to join this program, and we will have at the same time also the establishment of Pusat Kajian Hukum Laut, the Center of Excellence to study, or study center on the law of the sea at the Faculty of Law, University of Pancasila, in order for all of us, teachers, lecturers and students, to familiarize with the issue of law of the sea. Because we need young generations, we need young negotiator in the near future to take over the senior negotiator, especially in dealing with the ocean diplomacy. As mentioned many times by President and by many Indonesian ministers, that Indonesia is embarking World Maritime Fulcrum. So we need to have a implementation of what we call Buku Putih Lautan Indonesia. It is now within the framework of the Coordinating Ministry of Marine Affairs that they have a presidential instructions to implement the white book on the roadmap on where we go especially in order to achieve the noble vision and mission World Maritime Fulcrum. So all students are invited to join the Center of Excellence in every faculty of law in Indonesia. Not only in this university, but I would suggest to other university to do socializations, public diplomacy on what is important, law of the sea for Indonesia in the future. There are many challenges ahead. As you mentioned, rumors that Jakarta will sink and the water will be going up every year. Now, under the Paris Agreement and Glasgow, COP26, we have already agreed to limit the temperatures at the maximum of 2 degrees, and it is very much difficult. If we cannot manage this temperature, then the situation of our world will be very warm. We have only 2 seasons, warm and very warm, hot or very hot. There will be no winter season in the very near future if we cannot manage to the maximum of 2 degrees. It was the decision by head of state and governments in Paris and in Glasgow. So Glasgow was very much important event at the time because we make a treaty, we make a deal in Glasgow to maintain sustainability of our management to the ocean. If not, then we all be in a very difficult situations. As I mentioned in my question just now to those 2 speakers, there will be many small island developing countries will be go somewhere. They will be submerged under the waters. And that's why they will ask the compensations from the developed countries, because the industrial eras by developed countries are also one of the cause of this climate change. So between developing and developed countries, those 2 countries of group is very much quarreling each other in many different UNFCCC conferences everywhere, because the dangers is now already in the eyes of all the people of the world. So we have to be very careful. We are now to brief, to inform the future generation, young generation, that we are now facing the very difficult situation because climate change is already very much on our soil and our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dekat. Is there any question, other questions? Okay, you first and then Fazra. Thank you. Can you mention? Yes, please. Please mention your name.
Cek.
And
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhajir and my question is for Pak Eko. Pak Eko, I want to ask, how do they address the role of indigenous people in the mitigating action of climate change for them to have their own natural resources management, and how the government's dealing with this to finally in some point adopt or accommodating their natural resources management in the regulations? Thank you.
I think Pak Eko said, is there the second question from Father, please?
I would like to ask this to Professor Edi Pratomo.
Can you stand up, please, so everybody can see you?
My name is Fazrar Hadian, and my question is, what are the compensations that will be given to the countries that has been affected by the climate change, and how are the mechanism to claim it? Is it by UN or ICJ? Thank you.
Okay, first Pak Eko, maybe then Professor Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Muhajin. So the indigenous people actually got very strong support from law number 27 2007. So for example, if we want to develop the area and then the area there is an indigenous people, we have to ask their permission first. That's the first one. The second one, now we have a program that we call, I forgot the name of the program because my friend who managed the program just passed away last year because of COVID. What we call it, we ask them to manage their own area. The problem is we have to get what you call it. So the indigenous people should report first to the local government, and the local government should certify some kind of certified them, acknowledge them. Then they can have the area of management. Maybe it's not like Indian people in United States, which they have their own forest, but I think the idea is close to that area. Because now what happened? The destruction of coastal area, the bombing, using poison, for example, sometimes is done by the neighboring. The indigenous people who stay there, actually they already have their own local wisdom to manage their area, to protect their area, but they have no authority to ask people to out from their area, because there is no regulation that allow the local, the indigenous people to do that. So the program, what we call it, the self-management of their own area, hopefully will help them to protect their own area from outsider. Regarding for the climate change, actually there are so many NGO working with them, and to be honest, actually they are more aware compared to other actually with their local wisdom actually. I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eko. Please, Pak Dekan. The question is, could you repeat your question?
Once again, your name, please.
Pak Fazra.
Pak
Tes.
Fazra.
Yeah, Fazra.
Are you asking about the compensations when
that will be given to the countries that has been affected by the climate change?
Yeah, the idea is now already on the floor. Yeah, there are many different forums going informal meeting for the time being in order to initiate an international arrangement, Fazra. And there are many meetings also informally in New York on how to draft a legal agreement, especially with regard to the victims of the climate change for small island developing countries. They are in very dangerous situations. Indonesia is totally big different because we have so many islands. We have many big, more than 6 islands: Kalimantan, Sumatra, Sulawesi, Papua, and Java. Yeah. But for those small islands who are living in a very dangerous situation of climate change, they are now trying to struggle to make a certain arrangement at the international level, but they are doing regional, doing multilateral, in order to have what they call it an agreement between developing and developed countries on how to deal with the consequences that they are facing. Would there be any compensation for them? Is the compensation coming from World Bank, coming from United Nations, mechanism and organization, or coming from developed countries? So those ideas are now already floating, and we are waiting for some to conclude. And it is always in many different forum that is in place informally for the time being.
Thank you, Pak Dekan. I see on my watch we still have 10 minutes before I have to give the mic back to the MC. Is there any other questions from the floor or from those who are following online? Okay, if I see none,
there's actually one more question from the floor. No, I mean from the chat box.
Please, Pak. Maybe with the mic.
Thank you. My question is how serious is the influence of global warming, greenhouse effect, ozone holes, and extreme weather to archipelagic states like Indonesia, Great Britain, Japan, Philippines, Malaysia, etc. Thank you.
Maaf Pak, jadi how serious the policy of the government on trying to cope
the real geography, the real geography in Indonesia, etc.
Okay, so internally, domestically, not internationally.
Okay, thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of academicians, Prof, like yourself. This question is addressed to the official of the government of Indonesia. Pak Eko is the official. I was the official government official, but now I'm an academic. So I just would like to give Prof Astim the situation for the consequences of climate change is very serious. That is now being faced by Indonesia, because we have been experiencing a very extreme weather. There are so many typhoon, banyak pohon-pohon tumbang, right? And the wind was so strong and very hard, hitting many houses everywhere in different part of island of Indonesia. And there are also at the same time natural resources. We have just been seeing the Semeru. It is very much predicted that it is because of the climate change, of the extreme weather, and they may also create the extreme poverty in the very near future, because we have been experiencing the pandemic situations, and then we double now with the situation which is the climate is very much unpredictable in Indonesia, and the government has taken many necessary measures, especially on how to deal with the questions. BMKG is very much active in explaining to the people of Indonesia that we are in a very dangerous situations. Many ustad is all giving their preach on how to, submit their pardon to the God, ya, tobat ya, bukan tomat. Tobat dan kemudian kumat lagi kalau tomat. So everyone is now, in a very unpredictable situation, especially with regard to the predictions of the climate situation in Indonesia. Before we have only 2 seasons, rainy season and dry season. Now we have too many seasons. This is very much something that need to be addressed by our government, especially the coordinating minister for PMK, yeah, and the Ministry of Transportations, because this will very much dangerous to the flight by Lion Group or by Garuda, and there are many gunung meletus at the same time, as well as the rainy season is unpredictable. So I would like also to ask Pak Eko, because he is still representing the government of Indonesia on behalf of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Silakan Pak Eko.
Silakan Pak Eko.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak. Yeah, actually I'm not government officer anymore, Pak. But during lunch or dinner I can talk to them and influence them. Okay, so the impact of climate change, I think everybody now can feel it, Pak. Yeah. So in several years back, there are so many what we call it climate-induced disaster. So disaster which is caused by climate change. So it's happened. From our perspective, for example, the coral bleaching now happen almost every 2 years. Before is quite rare. The second phenomena, for example, the predator of what we call it ancasaster, bulu babi, Pak. The babi which is halal. Bulu babi is halal, not haram. The predator of bulu babi is disappeared. I don't know whether of ocean acidification or what. So there is a increase of population of the ancasaster, and they eat coral reef. And if coral reef disappear, the fish will disappear also. Government actually quite serious on that. In mitigation part, they try to reduce the use of fossil fuel. But maybe if you have time, you can open YouTube. There is a discussion about 4 months ago between Walhi, Pak Dino, and several experts. Actually, the current trend by using nickel and coal and so on is people see it that government is not really serious on that. So and also the zero emission, for example, some NGO said actually Indonesia has to brave to say that in 2050 that we have to achieve that. The second, on the adaptation part, Pak Prof, they are talking also about what we call it nature climate solution, which is unfortunately at international level their attention is undervalued that solution. So what we call it the nature climate solution is by using mangrove, using seagrass, and all the nature, keep the forest there, and actually it's quite effective. And according to the study, is only get 2% finance allocated from the total climate change budget. So that's my answer. Maybe it's not directly answer your question, but along the line there is activity to implement the policy, but on the other hand is not big enough, we said, whether nationally or internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eko. I think the discussion is getting more interesting, but unfortunately, for time constraint, I have to end up and close this panel 2 discussion. I think for the conclusion that the 2 speakers has already delivered is that we, or you, I would say, as a next generation has to be serious in this awareness of environmental preservation, I would say. And then if you look also in the history of our country, you imagine at that time Indonesia just be independent for some few years. It's nothing, but the international law at that time divided our territory, because the international law that is only 12 miles territorial sea, but because of the Juanda Declaration and our territory multiplied, and all these seas is uniting all our territory. So you have to feel challenged as the next generation to becoming involved more in the law of the sea or law-related issues. I think that is from me. Thank you for your active participation, and especially thank you for the 2 speakers that share their assessment on this issue. And I once again thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I will give the floor to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana, for moderating the second sessions of today's seminar. For the next agenda, there will be a closing remark from the Dean of Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA. To Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA, the floor is yours, sir.
I thank you, Master of Ceremony, for being with us today. It is my honor and privilege to conclude these discussions within the rubric of international seminar on a topic which is very important, climate change and UN conventions on the law of the sea. I would like to take this opportunity once again to convey my special appreciation and gratitude to colleagues, Pak Okto, Pak Oki, those 2 gentlemen and other colleagues are very much helping us, assisting us in co-hosting this very special international seminar. I thank you once again to kawan-kawan from the Ministry of Maritime and Investment. I would also address my thanks, special thanks to Professor Astim, Professor Adi Saptomo, my Vice Dean, my Kaprodi, my Kabak, all students who are very keen to participate at this internet seminar. I would also like to convey my special gratitude to all participants from New York, from the Philippines, from Malaysia, and from different part of Indonesia, representing different universities and faculties. It is great honor on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Pancasila. I thank you once again for being with us today and looking forward to meeting you again in the next internet seminar on a topic which is going to be decided later. I thank you very much once again. My apology for inconvenience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA, for giving the closing remarks. Before we end today's event, we would like to ask Bapak Duta Besar Profesor Dr. Edi Pratomo, SHMA, to give the souvenir as a token of appreciation to Bapak Sora Lokita, Bapak Insinyur Mateus Eko Rudianto, and Bapak Okto Irianto. Please come forward and having pictures. One more time with the moderators, Bapak Haris Nugraha, SHLLM, and Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana, SH. Please come forward to take a picture. On behalf of the Faculty of Law, Pancasila University, and the organizing committee of Hari Nusantara, we would like to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for the moderator today, Bapak Haris Nugroho, SHLLM, and Mr. Ambassador Mulya Wirana, SH, for guiding the fruitful and productive discussion in today's webinar. We would also like extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all speakers and participants who attended this event, both directly and virtually. Thank you very much for participating. Stay healthy, stay safe, and stay happy for everyone. Salam Pancasila.
Universitas Pancasila, universitas unggul dan terkemuka berlandaskan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila. Kampus yang hijau, nyaman dan strategis. Dengan kemudahan akses dari berbagai pilihan moda transportasi, jaringan komuter lain memberikan alternatif transportasi menuju kampus yang cepat, murah, dan nyaman. Suasana kampus yang asri, kondusif untuk menggali ilmu, bersosialisasi, dan menambah pengetahuan. Universitas Pancasila dalam proses pendidikannya menjalankan kegiatan akademik yang bermutu berdasarkan nilai-nilai luhur Pancasila serta ikut berperan aktif di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni yang unggul, dan berwawasan lingkungan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa dan memberikan layanan pada masyarakat dalam upaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan daya saing UKM. Di dalam kegiatan akademik, Universitas Pancasila menyelenggarakan program vokasi, program sarjana, program profesi, program magister, dan program doktor yang tersebar di 7 fakultas dan sekolah pasca sarjana. Untuk program vokasi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi D3 Akuntansi dan Perpajakan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi D3 Pemasaran dan Distribusi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi D3 Teknik Elektro, Teknik Mesin di Fakultas Teknik. Untuk program sarjana, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Program studi S1 Farmasi di Fakultas Farmasi. Program studi S1 Teknik Arsitektur, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Informatika, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan Teknik Industri di Fakultas Teknik. Program studi S1 Ilmu Hukum di Fakultas Hukum, program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi di Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi, program studi S1 Psikologi di Fakultas Psikologi, program studi S1 Pariwisata di Fakultas Pariwisata. Untuk program profesi, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program profesi apoteker. Untuk program magister, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S2 Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Kefarmasian, program studi S2 Magister Teknik Mesin, program studi S2 Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Kenotariatan. Untuk program doktor, Universitas Pancasila memiliki program studi S3 Doktor Ilmu Ekonomi dan Doktor Ilmu Farmasi. Sebagai salah satu bentuk implementasi Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Universitas Pancasila berperan aktif dalam berbagai penelitian dan kegiatan sosial, bermasyarakat, dan berpancasila. Kegiatan pengabdian pada masyarakat melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam mendharma baktikan ilmunya sebagai bentuk kepedulian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Selain kegiatan akademis, Universitas Pancasila juga memberikan ruang untuk berbagai kegiatan non-akademis yang mendukung peningkatan soft skill mahasiswa. Melalui beragam unit kegiatan mahasiswa, para mahasiswa dapat memilih kegiatan yang diminatinya. Dengan keseriusan para mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa ini seringkali mendulang prestasi di bidangnya baik di tingkat regional, nasional, maupun internasional. Universitas Pancasila juga membangun kerjasama dan kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga membuka kesempatan pada mahasiswa untuk mengenal dunia kerja, menambah wawasan, dan mengembangkan diri sehingga siap dalam menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Pancasila memiliki 2 kampus yang berlokasi sangat strategis di Jakarta Selatan dan Jakarta Pusat. Untuk program vokasi, sarjana dan profesi baik kelas reguler maupun reguler khusus berlokasi di Srengseng Sawah, Jagakarsa, Jakarta Selatan. Dan untuk program magister dan doktor berlokasi di Jalan Borobudur nomor 7, Jakarta Pusat. Universitas Pancasila, a place to create your success.